Okay, the plan today is to just continue my Titan expedition save, which I didn't stream. I started this on the day of the expedition. I've ended up somewhere at the end of the expedition. I'm not at the final rendezvous, but I haven't done an awful lot with this save. All I've really done is I upgraded some of these with nanites because we got quite a few nanites, and other than that, I'm still carrying the multi-tool, even though this isn't great at A class. This needs upgrading, and that would take an awful lot of work. What else have we got here? I'm not even that familiar with how I left this save, so I'm kind of starting very much as anybody would if they were just finishing it. Got a few things I can sell. That's worth 2 million, so that's definitely going to be sold. I can sell the sea glass because that doesn't currently have anything. I can't remember what bases I would have had. I'll have a look. Your bases. I don't even know if I've got a working base. I may have just deleted it straight after because it's nothing here. Seems to think I have a settlement. I'm not sure why I would have a settlement. Interesting. Don't remember having a settlement during the expedition. Oh, this is just the settlement emergency broadcast repeater. So that's nothing yet. I don't have to focus on that yet. The log just has that, the planet in distress. It tries to start you off on the main missions, which I will probably not look at straight away. So let's start off getting some stuff sold. And kind of the idea of this is just to show what I would do straight after an expedition if I was continuing this save. Although probably my higher priority at this stage would be to try and get a freighter. I'm not even sure if I'm ready for that yet. We'll see. Still got all of the exosuit stuff in the missions, which is quite common early on. And they're all charts. But some of these could be easy to grab and at least get these started. I presume I would have at least given the guilds something, but I'm not sure which guilds I would have given something to. Nothing to this one, it seems. So I can't start claiming that stuff yet. What state's my exosuit in? The first 4 lines are complete. It always has these weird ones down the bottom. Don't really need that straight away. I suppose I could hand those in if I was in a mercenaries area. What to do to start? I think the most logical start here is find out if the freighter battle is straight away. Hi, PT Hung. Thanks for your help on the Korriban. Still, I'll take a ton of time to finish, but at least you got me going again. What do you mean by the Korriban? Is that a mistype or? Oh, you mean the name of your build, don't you? This just goes to show I don't have any Star Wars what's the word? Points anymore. Any geek points for that? Right, so I think I just go somewhere. Well, actually, what? We're in Giamanu quadrant. So I want to go to a different quadrant because I'd like to hand in those Why is... Oh, is it... Has it not even given me this yet? Oh, that's my first priority then. Getting this working. So living glass, indium, and atlantidium. So that's a different one, isn't it? Yep. Salvage data. I will always, at this stage, I need everything, I guess. We often say that starting an expedition is a good way of starting a new game. But the way you're left after an expedition can be a little bit random. And in this case, it does feel a bit random. Like we've got a very, very good ship, at least for a starting game. We've got an okay multi-tool. But we haven't got huge amounts of money or nanites like we would in some expeditions. High ignition. Oh, is there no in-game sound? Let me have a look. Let me see why that might be the case. It isn't by design. It should be coming up. Probably because there's no output there. That's better. Right, that's good. I go straight to warriors so I can donate. Oh, I thought, yes, I do. I have one in there. So I can start building on this. Salvage glass. I don't suppose I really need it. I might as well give that as well. There's not much you can really redeem here. Keep an eye out for a better multi-tool because this one isn't great. Remind myself how much it actually takes to upgrade. 50,000 nanites, and I have got only about 5,000, so that's not going to happen for a while. My tech looks reasonably in shape. Very nice. Oh, that's just disappeared, just flown away. But that would look like a very nice solar just there. So we have a nanite expert. That might be handy. That's quite an easy one to do. Any of these also? No, they're not the same. But at least this will get us started on missions and try and get rid of some of these exosuit upgrade charts, which are the earliest things and something I would normally go for, but at this stage with this expedition we're doing okay for the exosuit. We'll probably just buy those for a while. Should be here then somewhere. No, it's in the galaxy map. So I'm half expecting a freighter battle at some point, and that'll be a good way of starting this save. getting it going. But I might leave the actual sorting out a freighter to a specific stream where we focus on salvage frigate modules. Hello, Adelphus Rocky, Alphys Rocky. Yeah, I do often continue saves for a little while at least after an expedition, so I thought I might as well stream my efforts on this one. I don't often keep them for long, but it can sometimes be interesting to see where it leaves us and what we've got still to do to make it into a viable save. So this is just a scanning one, isn't it? So we don't have to land anywhere in particular. We can grab this while we're here. It's a oh, I saw something tiny. There it is. Right, so remind myself what I am actually supposed to be scanning. Minerals.
Extreme Sentinel unit.
Only 3? That's not a mineral, that's just an outcrop. That's weird. That is very weird, because it's all of the grass was on it. 1. Is that a mineral? Yes. 2. Looks like it's Ice Sentinel. Yes, leave me alone. Get down here. Great. Yeah, I think this expedition leaves us in a bit of a random situation, really. I've got to think in terms of building up the guilds, so historical data is probably the best. So I should have, yeah, return to mission agents. We've got that. Nasty planet. I think these are worth getting nowadays. Oh, it's nice. We've got a crash freighter here too. These are worth getting nowadays because they do help with guilds. Okay, so I usually go for, there's one on the end of here, usually at a slight angle, so down here. Where is it? There. It'd be nice if they made these a little bit more procedural, because you know exactly where to look. And then I usually grab one over here somewhere. Go away. I didn't really want to activate those. Right, let's go and have a look at this. Go around the right-hand side. Because there's always one here. Keep these for now. Don't usually. Some of the passwords which is left us in a great yeah, this hasn't left us in the best spot. I mean, obviously it gives us an okay ship. I've got purple access, but I need to use the other ship in order to access it, because I haven't currently got the the tech to get to purple systems. Punching doors down.
Toxic protection falling.
Well, this expedition doesn't end for a while, does it? What is it, 6-week one?
Radiation protection falling. Warning. Sentinel drones activated.
Go away. Right, so yes. So it should be down. Oh, it's not going to let us down there. Don't think I'm going to get closer either. So that one's out of bounds unless I glitch it, and I can't be bothered. Should at least read this. To run away from these guys. Yeah, we can get to everything apart from purple, so at least we don't have to worry too much about getting around the galaxy. Which means there's no real imperative to do the Atlas path either. Right, so actually I don't want to necessarily go anywhere. I want to go to this. Space station. Yeah, they usually pace them out pace out the expeditions for a year. I know we had 5 last year, but I think that was a bit of an unusual situation. If we ever do get 2 in a row, it usually does tend to be the early ones. Yeah, mission board. That could be handy. They're always handy to have in the back of your pocket. In your back pocket, rather. Kill. Might as well have that one as it's stacking with that one. What guild am I at? Oh, we're still in... Still in their territory. It's not great. I never sell that. Let's sell that. No, I don't want to sell that, do I? I want to give that to an explorer's guild. There's nothing I can give this guy now. There would usually be 4 expeditions a year. We had one with only 3 and we had one with 5. So it's kind of averaged out now. I'm not going to do anything with that. I'm not going to do anything with that yet. It takes too long. Probably not going to do anything with that for a while either. Or that. Everything else I probably want. Maybe that. Yeah, it's always a perennial question. Will they ever allow us to do the older expeditions? And my hunch is no. That they would need significant rewriting, so it would always be worth just writing new ones that are similar or reduxing them in a way that is slightly different. Then I am in a position that I've done all the expeditions, so I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. Should really be taking a note of the guilds. So this is explorers. And it's the Giamu quadrant. So for those that don't know, it's the region here that dictates which guild you have. And that will become more and more important as we try and get the guild reputation up for salvage frigate modules later. So I want to try and get myself in with them as best I can early on. Have I got any reputation with these guys yet? Yes, I might as well have those then.
Received.
Yeah, there's definitely some good ones in there that I think they will at least revisit some of the older expedition, but things like the very first expedition, I just don't think it's worth revisiting. They've had different expeditions with the Golden Vector, so there's not much. I mean, it was just an introduction to expeditions, and it was a very long expedition. The Redux was better. Now, do these... I don't think... these are specific to planets. No. My hunch is go and get some indium. Is it activated indium we need? Hang on, it's just to remind myself. Just indium. We can get to a purple planet through, or even just by switching ships, so we don't have to worry about that yet, but we do need the indium. I think Hello Games are clearly aware that people feel that they want to do the earlier expeditions, because, for instance, giving us the what's it called? The one that gave us the frigate. What's it called? The frigate. Mass Effect frigate. Are we limited to only 6 bases? No, we're not limited to bases hardly at all anymore. I think we could theoretically have a base in every single galaxy. There is a theoretical limit, but I can't remember what it is. But it's over 256, so... Gold indium, that has got indium. It's a breach planet. I don't like breach planets. Normandy, thank you. Marine. That's activated, so that's not going to help. Septic heat, obviously someone's been renaming these. Let's go there. Yeah, but I was thinking of the Normandy. The fact that they reran that one suggests that they're at least aware that there's a bit of FOMO going on, that people want to be able to access the old ones. So I feel like they will do that again, and they've done that for a couple of other things. For instance, the Golden Vector, they created a new expedition, or a new version of an expedition for the Golden Vector. So they will continue to remix them, I think. This is probably going to be a bit stormy. And as we were discussing on a stream recently, I think eventually they will rotate them, or rotate the ones that they want to. So when they finish giving us new expeditions, we'll continue to get the older ones, I reckon. My expectation is that they'll probably have a remixed expedition or an older Redux every year. This only flying creatures. No, there are some ground creatures. Doesn't look like the easiest place to kill creatures, though. Blaze Javelin is the not the best of weapons to start us off with.
Sentinel drone activated.
And this isn't the best of places to be doing that. So what's this? This is magnetized ferrite. Where's the indium? Indium, 657. 468. 461. Ow. Dark side, dark side.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
I don't think you would get multiples, no, because usually when they rerun expeditions, it will either, well, usually when they add back old rewards for expeditions, it either populates the expedition item in the interface, or it just allows you to claim it once again, but it doesn't usually allow you to get two, no. So, although there have been two technically different expeditions with golden vectors, you can't claim two golden vectors unless you use the tricks with the terminal. I've never had a problem with the Blaze Javelin. I just don't think it's a very effective weapon for an early save. And this is kind of an early save with a few good things. So I don't think I'll be keeping the Blaze Javelin as my main weapon just because it's a bit of a pain. But it's quite good for things like doing the Whispering Egg, the monstrosity killing expeditions. Not expeditions, expeditions on the brain now. It's quite good for doing those missions where you need to kill a load of egg protectors, because you can do it all from a distance, because the Blaze Javelin's got a really good range. Maybe I could kill fish. They can sometimes, yeah, that one got out. Not the easiest thing to kill. Maybe I should also be scanning the fish.
Units received.
Mhm. It's very still waters. Actually, while I'm here, yes, I do get enough. Yeah, permadeath and cannons of any kind can be a bit of a pain. Hi there, Gravnort. Also, never use the cannon in the Exos craft. Because if anything runs immediately in front of you in permadeath, it's an instant death because of splashback damage. Is it magnifies ferrite we need? No, living glass. Living glass is a lubricant thing, isn't it? Do we even have the recipe? No, we don't. Great. That left us in a nice position then, didn't it? We have to get that recipe first. Or can be a Nexus reward. Let's have a quick look in the Nexus just in case. Actually, while we remember, let's actually do that. So we haven't, luckily, or we haven't got that ready to go. We can collect some nanites. $15. But we should have some milestones so we can hand in. Doubt there's anything else here because I really don't enjoy using this guy. I always feel like he rips you off. Well, we haven't even got the beginnings of a base yet. 4. Let's get that. Oh, actually, let's go to a purple system and get some. Oh, no, I don't need to go to a purple system. Just need to go to any. Oh, hang on. running around in different directions, trying to remember what I'm supposed to be doing. But I did remember at least that I need to try and get the living glass recipe. Do I think that Light No Fire will have expeditions? I think it's highly likely it'll have something similar. Quite how that will work, I can't imagine that they will deliberately do the same things. I think they will try and make the games feel and have a different play style. Might as well grab that. Where is Living Glass? Just there. Don't think there's anything else I desperately want right now. And I don't want to spend the nanites yet. While we're thinking of weapons, let's have a look what we have and haven't got. We haven't even got the blueprint for the terrain manipulator. But yeah, I would imagine that they will continue with using cloud servers as a way of linking players. So I imagine they will have something similar to the Nexus missions. And I imagine they will do something seasonal, but I don't think it'll be in exactly the same manner. No, there will be crafting. You can't have a... I don't see how you can have a fantasy-based game without crafting. It just doesn't... It's part of that, the expectation, I think. The genre expectation. That'll do. Oh, no, it's purple. That won't do. Actually, maybe I should just... I don't know what will happen here, but I think... Did we have to have one? Yeah, we had one in our other ship, didn't we? So if I dismantle that, let's just double check that I have kept my other ship. I might have deleted it. Yes, we did keep it, and we do have it, so we can store that. And then we can delay building this for now. Might even get rid of that other ship anyway. Okay, so we have that. So we don't need the living glass right now either. We're free to just continue doing some missions. So let's see what we have here. Yeah. Ironically, living glass now pops up here. Maybe I will grab that. This is Survey Planet. It's such a frustrating mission. Yeah, we'll just craft one later. Light no fire for me involves the idea there's scary things lurking in the darkness. Don't light a fire to attract the boogeyman. Kind of. Who was it that was saying? I think at least somebody in this chat once said that it was a little bit like the Dark Forest theory, in that we don't want to attract attention. It kind of implies, if you were going to go down that route, then it kind of implies the thing that this game never had was having to defend things. For instance, we have settlements, and we have things attacking our settlements, but it doesn't damage our settlements. It doesn't seem to do anything to our settlements when they attack. Whereas you would imagine you could have a system where you build bases that have to be defended. So there's like an incentive to club together. We want to go somewhere that's not likely to be too... Nice yellow simple system that I can just kill some creatures on. No, I'm thinking in terms of defending bases from some kind of dark enemy. I've always felt like one of the lackings of this game is that there's no real attrition. You get a bit of attrition in higher settings, so you have to keep repairing things, but there's no real attrition, and there's no overheads. There's no ongoing expenditure. But it depends. Is it a dark fantasy setting? It sounds like a dark fantasy setting with its name. But if it isn't a dark fantasy setting, then we wouldn't necessarily expect evil to be continually attacking us. So we don't even know the genre, really. We know the main genre. We don't even know what subgenre it will be. This isn't the best place to be. Oh no, that's okay. What's over there? Bugs. Going on a bug hunt. Yes, I think what I often do is build some kind of farm, and then things like these missions can be done quite easily at farms, and also can have multiple uses. We seem to have the stunner. Is it automatic on the Blaze Javelin? No. Yeah, we just have that. Hello, Wolfheart. It's not exactly teeming with life, this place, is it?
Sentinel traps active.
Oh, more sentinels, of course. I didn't even die with 2 shots. Don't think. This isn't exactly the ideal weapon for sentinel killing either. That's the other thing that's awkward about this weapon, is you have to keep charging it up.
Unit deployed.
Remind myself. So,
Suit power cells depleted. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
not giving me my running total for some reason. Oh, this weapon's awful. Definitely need to upgrade this weapon. So you reckon it was 7, Ravnort? For some reason it's not got a running total. I don't know why. Oops, missed it. I think this weapon is more of a mouse weapon, not a controller weapon. Let's get away from them and see if it actually recognizes that I've done this mission now. Where are they coming from?
Elite Sentinel force.
There. Doesn't last very long either.
Technology recharge.
No, I've only ever. I mean, Years ago, I used to favour the Blaze Javelin because we had rubbish weapons back then. Bolt Castle wasn't great. The Pulse Splitter, none of the weapons were particularly great. But then we had a weapon upgrade, and I've not used the Blaze Javelin since. The only thing I remember the Blaze Javelin being good at was shooting things from a distance. So that hasn't triggered at all. So that must have been a specific planet, perhaps? Doesn't usually, but Cull Creatures, that must have been a specific planet. Never mind. Go into the galaxy map and have a look. Yeah, it's the sniper weapon. And there are certain situations where having a sniper weapon is quite good. For instance, when you're at... oh no, it has given me the creature one. When you're at the abandoned buildings, a sniper weapon is quite handy. Especially when you're doing the Nexus mission. We're an abandoned system. I don't see a... Okay, fair enough. I got a drone that followed me. Can it be upgraded to be a good sentinel killer? It is one of the... it depends what you mean by a drone. If you've got Laylaps following you around, then it will shoot things. It's not very good, but it becomes a target. So if you want to distract the sentinels while you're fighting and give them multiple targets, it can be one of the targets. But it's not a very effective fighter. If that's not the drone you mean, then if you can make any pet aggressive, then it can be quite effective at taking some things out, but it's not great. Okay, see if any of these change. Sometimes these change, so I'm going to grab that first because I want that. Both of them have changed. No, neither of them have changed, rather.
Technology installed. Technology installed.
Glass, some chromatic metal, and some carbon nanotubes. I don't think I've even got copper at the moment. Got some indium. Can get that started then. That's 100. Some glass. do we still have to do? None of them. So none of them were planet specific, even though they just seemed to take a while to trigger. Don't know what was going on there. Just like it's not sector C. Yep, I use the squadron for putting exotics in. It's just another form of collecting, really. I feel like the squadron are better these days. They're not great, but they're better. They don't just get in the way anymore. I don't think I've got anything apart from the... What did I have? I've got nothing there at all. What's this? Let's get rid of that. We don't want black market stuff in my inventory right now.
Units received.
Don't really need that now.
Received.
So we've got beginnings of a weapon now. Maybe see if we've got oh wait. I don't think I need anything there yet. Okay, more missions then. Storm crystals type 3 just for taking a photo on a Marsh world. Sounds quite generous. And we haven't done the feed yet for more multi-tool expansion. No, that's not even available yet. I was thinking that was ticked for me. So we've got that one. The rest are just exosuit. I'm not bothered about at the moment. Yeah, I'm beginning to get that feeling as I progress that this one is really not progressed very far. So, Marsh World, probably not one of these. Bleak, Arctic, Adapted, Flourishing, Dusty, and Scalding. Has it marked it on the... Make sure I have got it in the log, yes. Yes, it has marked it. Come on. I mean, it makes it a bit of a challenge. I just need to get some better missions going in the space station missions, and then we can start actually progressing. But the early ones are always the exosuit. Yeah, fire rate is going to be quite a high thing for... they all have the same multiplication, but how the actual damage potential works. Fire rate is a very broad range and a higher number, so it will always be very indicating of how high your damage potential numbers are. Right, we're starting to get some better rewards here. Another marsh world. I wonder if it will be the same one. I think it will double up. I think these will, even if it tries to send me to another one, I think it will stack. So I'm going to go and do that straight away and then come back here. We're still in populated space in terms of most of these things have been discovered. Murky. Murky is right, isn't it? Sort of, yes. Damage potential. Well, I'm gonna go into it in a lot more detail at some point because I'm working on a video about how exactly how to calculate damage potential, and that will be based on the neutron cannon. Because obviously we've been doing a bit with the neutron cannon recently anyway. So I've worked out how you can work out what the underlying bonus is, for instance, without having a PC. By just having a neutron cannon installed and working it out backwards. And I've worked out what's the neutron cannon's extra blueprint. I can't remember what it's called, but I've worked out how that influences it. What I haven't done yet is sat down with the modules and made sure they're the same mathematically. Once I've done that, I will do a deep dive into the neutron cannon, and that will go deeper into how exactly damage potential is calculated. In a similar way to what I did with hyperdrive. It probably won't need to be 3 or 4 videos in that case. Let's see if we can feed anywhere. I can't remember if that was a specific one. I'm just going to take any old photo. It's not the most photographic place. Photogenic place. So it's done the close-up beauty. And it's done novel images, yep. So they stacked. Oh, and I don't have a feed one. Oh. Yes, I'm getting confused. I don't have a feed one. That was the one that I couldn't do. I think damage per second on ships is different. I haven't really looked deeply into how what the difference between peak damage and damage potential is yet. Because sometimes you'll see different things on ships. I keep starting to make and then abort because it just is quite a confusing subject. I keep starting to make a video on how stats are rolled. So when you get a new ship or a new multi-tool, how the stats are generated. It's such a mathematical subject, and I want to try and do it in an easy to understand manner for someone that's not particularly mathematically minded. So this is also just going to take a note of the region and the guild. And this is mercenaries. They're both Korvax standing. That would be handy. Nothing else there I really want. Yeah, and that's what I don't really want to have to do. I don't really want to have to say, hang on, this is going to be a very mathematical one, because it will put people off. And I think one of the least understood things about the game is how stats arise. And it would be handy to have something that's just a little bit, I don't even know why I went to him. It would be handy to have something that's just a little bit accessible. I know Zane has done quite a bit of work on stats in the past, but I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it slightly differently. I might as well grab some ammunition while we're here. It looks like also the donate, just to demonstrate, I donated some salvage. I haven't got any more to do, but I donated some salvage glass. If I came back with some more salvage glass, even the donate wouldn't be available. So just like they've changed what you can get from the guilds, they've also changed how much you can donate to the guilds. Well, there's always going to be a certain amount of linear algebra. That's the problem, isn't it? But you can explain it without going into that. What's the Dunvile cortex? What would that? What? Donate. Let's have a quick look at what it was. Oh, that's clearly a bug thing, isn't it? That's like one of... Let's have a look to see what happens if we go for a vile grub. And maybe they've changed the drops from the vile bugs now. He certainly didn't mention that in the patch notes. Vile Brood. What's hard about stats 2 is that the rules are not the same from one tech to another. Well, they kind of are and they kind of aren't. What seems to change is the specialties of things. So, for instance, if you get an S-class fighter, if you get one rather than upgrade one, then you're more likely to get really good damage potential. One of the things I was looking at the other day was the drop rates for guilds for salvage frigate modules. Because I was under the impression from one of my lists that all 3 of the guilds gave salvage frigate modules. It turned out that I just put the wrong entry in one of my database entries. And so there are no salvage frigate modules from mercenaries guilds, which other people have said. I just didn't think it was true because my database was sitting there saying, oh, look, you can get one here. And so I went and visited that system and discovered you couldn't get one there. But what I also did while looking into that was check to see what the chances of getting a salvage frigate module for the various guilds was. And it turns out that there are very specific things you can get in each of those 2 bottom slots. And for the Explorers Guild, for example, it's a 1 in 3 chance of getting a salvage frigate module. So we're looking for the Vile Grub. And it's a 1 in 5 chance for the merchants. But it's easier to get because it's the lower tier. So one of the ideas for this save is to get to the point where I'm trying to upgrade my freighter, and we'll go through exactly the quickest and easiest way to do that. Maybe get 2, if I can see another one. Just in case that counts. We wouldn't know if we squashed it and didn't get anything interesting. Can't see another one right near me, though. That's one. Give ourselves a bit of space. See what happens. This is where we discovered they've amped this up and made it super hard. I don't think they will have done, but it's going to be hard enough because we're going to have to be using the bloody blaze javelin. Maybe we get drops from these now. Nope. But will you stop giving me things in the middle of fights? So frustrating when that happens. I'm not getting anything dropped from those. Oh, this weapon is terrible for this. At least it's keeping it still. So there's one advantage of this weapon. It keeps it still. This is like poking it with a pin, isn't it? Like you've won the fight, but you've just got to take your time to actually get the victory. I can't do anything because I'm stunning it every 5 seconds. Did I get any drop from it? Oh, Vile Cortex. There you go. Interesting.
Toxins detected.
I'm not inclined to do another one of those without a decent weapon, though. But we might as well go and hand that one in. Yeah, so I suppose that gives us a little bit more of a reason to do the Vile Grub stuff. Just going to quickly check something. What I might look at is see what the mercenaries,
Warning. Threat detected.
the other things that they accept as the highest reward, see how common it is for them to want that one. I mean, the disconcerting thing about the Blaze Javelin is that I have 2 Supreme Weapon upgrades. So I've got 2 S-Class weapon upgrades. And I've got Actually, we'll put that there because that's probably been a bit more effective. Put that there. It's still quite rubbish. Yeah, it's a nice option. We'll see what we get for it. We'll see if we just get one or multiples. Innate. So it flicks it to the top because it's the only one available. Just says standing increase there. Just by 1, 2. Going to go to 3? No, it's not going to go to 3. So it increases standing by 2. That's not bad. If I had a decent weapon, then that would be one way of grinding it. Unfortunately, these are now limited. So however many it wants, we could only do that. We can only continue to do that if we go to different mercenary guilds. So we'd have to go, for instance, to another one. I'm kind of tempted to experiment with that, but we just don't have the weapon for it right now. What did the other... I know we had quite terrible weapon in this expedition, but what was it? What does it have on it? Nothing. Really nothing much at all. Not working with good stuff here. We've got a neutron cannon S here. Might be worth remembering. Thing is, this does, from memory, this, I can't remember exactly what I said the stats were, but from memory, the stats were terrible on this weapon. The A-class is equivalent of an A-class rifle. So I guess at least it has a damage potential. Nice crystal on there. Let's do this tourist snapshot. Actually, let's double check they've got nothing that's compatible before we do that. Well, you don't really need to worry about a list of things, because I am now in a I'm at a mercenary system right now. So all I need to do to go to more mercenary systems is to stay in this region of space, which I'll quickly show you in a minute when we get to. Yeah. That's where I'll take the kill creatures, because we could easily do that. We could do that very simply, just going to an abandoned building. Right, let's go and do this photograph mission. And at the same time demonstrate So we're currently in a mercenary system. You know the guild here is mercenaries. So if we go into the galaxy map, we're in the arm of Vurum Arkor, which is just here. I can't really point to it. Just below the name of the system is the region we're in. So, for instance, if this is in the same region, which it is, where we're going to next, this will also be mercenary. We know every single place that will be arm of Vurum, however we pronounce that, will be mercenary, because mercenary, the guild is entirely determined by region. So if we go here, we know that we're going to a mercenary system. So if I go straight to the space station now and see what it wants, start to build up an idea of what kind of things mercenaries want. But of course, mercenaries don't give me salvage frigate modules, which is the thing that we would really like to start building up. But we can see from here that it's also mercenary. And also Vile Cortex, which is interesting. There may not be that many choices. It's difficult to tell just by going to 2. Well, I guess we could take the Jade Blaze Javelin module and at least make what we've got better. Scatter Blaster, Scanner. Scanner module might be useful.
Product received.
We've got 3 Supreme Scanner modules. We didn't really need that. That one's better than those 2, so let's use it anyway. Six 5.5, 6.538. It's not as good as that. Not as good as that. No, that was a bit of a waste. Should have looked. Right, so we should have an ocean world to take a photo on. Yeah, this is one of the things that I'm going to try and make at least a stream about, and then possibly use that stream to make a video about, which is the chances of getting salvage frigate. Salvage. Let's have a drink. My mouth is getting dry. Salvage frigate modules. You can get a 1 in 5 chance in the Explorers. No, 1 in 5 chance in the Merchants Guild and 1 in 3 chance in the Explorers Guild. But it's different levels. So if I'm right, and I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I think this is right. Explorers there's only 3 things in that slot, but it's the last slot, which means you have to be at level 10. Whereas the merchants, you have to be at level 8. But there are 5 things in that slot. So you can more quickly get salvage frigate modules from from the merchants, I believe. I'll look at which way around it is in a minute, because it's something I am going to look into. It's aquatic we wanted, wasn't it? Keep looking at that thinking that's not aquatic, but obviously it is. So it's obviously got green water. Oh, blooming heck. I don't want to start doing that mission as well. I do feel like it throws all of the missions at you a bit too readily. I don't think I even need to get out of my ship to take the photo. I'm not sure. No, it wants me to land. And I don't have the aquatic landing technology. So I would need an island, or I'd need to start getting the technologies which would need a freighter. Must be an island, though. There's usually a few small islands somewhere. Difficult to see this one. I guess I could call my other ship in, because that we had to get the water landing gear for the other ship in the expedition. If it's going to be stormy, it's going to make it difficult to see.
Extreme temperature detected.
Oh. Handy place to land. I can't remember, and I'll find out now, if you can land on somebody else's freighter and switch ships. We'll soon find out. Yeah, I use a mod to get rid of the lines, because it's just annoying for streaming. You might have to be on your own capital ship. Well, I don't have my own capital ship. It doesn't save still, no. Worth a try. I now know. So let's call in the anomaly instead. That'll be quicker. Another reason not to get rid of the other ship, I guess. I used an old mod that I then completely redid. So what you're seeing on my screens isn't what you would see if you went to Nexus Mods and downloaded the different ones. But yes, they are available there, and they have been updated recently. Just what you're seeing on my screen isn't necessarily representative of what they will look like. But if you find it difficult to work out how to do it, then just drop me a Discord and I'll try and explain how it works, because it's not that tricky once you've got the mod downloaded. How to adapt it to whatever you want it to look like. What was I here for? First of all, grab that. And then change my ship. I think I'm running from memory 2 different mods. One of them is that you got like lines that tell you you're zooming, and the other one is the debris that flies past you. So I've got rid of both of those with 2 different mods, but I've adapted both of them to my own needs. But because there have been so many changes to the mod system entirely, then some of these things have taken a while to come out. So I didn't wait for them to be updated. I just used the old mod and kind of ripped the files out of it and just updated it myself. So I can't be sure exactly what you get if you download it currently. You mean specifically for the for pulsing?
Thermal protection falling. Alert. Navigational data received.
See, a lot of streamers do use these mods to get rid of the lines. A lot of them just use the mods to get rid of the lines totally. They don't have any lines at all. But I've found that you can just minimize them and still get, it will still work for streaming. Okay, so we've got a bit of a double effect there. Add emissions, snap that one. Now got an expansion slot. See what else you've got here. More expansion slots. These don't hang around in these lists very long. They're sometimes worth grabbing while you can get them. I don't really want to be fighting though. A lot of effort. I'll leave it for now. Let's fit out these 3. Right, so mercenary. I suppose if I did the hunting pirates, I could start building up a bit of mercenary. I don't really need the mercenary one. That's the trouble. Right, so I was going to at some point scrap my ship, but I can't scrap my ship yet. Because this can't land on water. Right, I'm going to pull up my list. It was on that setting. Right. I don't know how easy this will be to see because it's probably quite small. Oops. But the yeah, so it's Explorers Guild at Reputation 8. So the Index 4, so the fourth one down on the list of what you can get from each guild. The fourth one down for Explorers Guild, you can either get an artifact chart, which is not going to be very useful, a salvage frigate module, an exosuit expansion slot, or an anomaly detector. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, or a ship expansion. So there's 5 different things you can get at Reputation 8 from the Explorers Guild. From the Trade Guild, if you get to Reputation 10 or the 5th slot down, then it was probably the 6th, the Index 4, it says in the game files. You get the cargo bulkhead, storage augmentation, or a salvage frigate module. And they're the only things you can get in those different slots in those different guilds. So the only other way of getting salvage frigate modules are these various things here. So abandoned crates, smuggle loot, freighter loot, crash container. So that's probably a crash. There's 2 different types of crashes. I think there might be even be 3 different types of freighter crashes. So that only the S&M crashes. And you can get them from mission boards, from low, medium, high, mega, and med. I don't know what Nexus Med must be like a medium reward. Pirate board, so you can get them from pirates. I think these low, medium, high, and mega might be how high you have reputation in the space station mission boards. So if you've got a high reputation in that particular race, then you can have better rewards, which does seem to be the case. And then season reward tables, I'm not even sure what they are. So for instance, if we go for a different region now, we go out of the Arm of Vuramaku and into, say, this one, which is the Ozlotl Quadrant. We will now get a different guild, hopefully. I mean, it could also be Mercenary Guild. Turn off that display capture because that might make it a bit strange. So ideally, if you want to build up your reputation with each of the 3 guilds, all you need to do is find 3 different regions that have the 3 different guilds. So I can see here that this is the Explorers Guild. And you can also go to the the log, go to Exploration Guide, and it tells you what quadrant you're in, or what region you're in. That's one's a quadrant. So if I jot that one down as Oslotl quadrant, then this will be the Explorers Guild. Well, that's why it's just worth making a note. But yes, it would be handy if it showed you it, especially once you've been to them, then it might as well show you. So I've got access to ion batteries from this guild at the moment. So I've only got the early level. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So where my list was showing display capture again. Where my list was showing index 4. Index 4 is the fifth one down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, where it says anomaly detector there. That's an example of this particular guild's thing that you can have in that slot, the 5th slot down. So in that slot where an anomaly detector is, the only other things you can get there are the artifact chart, salvage frigate module, excessive expansion unit, and a ship expansion. So this would be the quickest one to get to in the if I just focus on explorers, then I would more quickly be able to get salvage frigate modules from this guild. But unfortunately, there are 5 things that can be in that slot. Therefore, it's less likely I will see salvage frigate modules in this guild. So if I want to go for the most likely, then you'd go for the trade guild, which only has cargo bulkhead, storage augmentation, and salvage frigate modules. But you do need to build up to the extra level of reputation. Yeah, making a donation increases the guild faction. So what we're doing is we're trying to maximize our level. And you can kind of get a handle on it here, but obviously the way you can tell where you are is by going to our standing list. So for the Merchants Guild, I've got no standing at all yet. For the Mercenaries Guild, I've got 7 standing because we were experimenting with them anyway. And for the Explorers Guild, I've got 7 standing. So really I want to try, for salvage frigate modules specifically, which are the hardest thing to grind, we really want to be focusing on the Merchants Guild and the Explorers Guild. Yeah, I could certainly use add to favorites. I'm just using a piece of paper. It's just another way of doing it. In another way I like to do it, I don't think this will show up. Let's see what happens if I do it. Now let me go to the display capture again. Something else you can do, if you're in Steam and you use the Shift tab, you can... No, I don't want the guides. You can make notes. So, for instance, here, I've got some notes about the frigate breakpoints. If you're sending out frigates, how many stars, what kind of level you have, which is always something useful when I'm sending out frigates. So I could make a new note here and put in the different regions and thereby have a quick way of referencing it that's connected to Steam. So what's it? Oslotl quadrant. And that was the Explorers. More fingers and thumbs today. I should be able to title the note. I can't remember how to do that. Is it one of these options? Oh, it's just coming up there. So I need to make the title in the top line, a bit like Apple does. So, guilds. So now I've got a growing list of guilds that I can use, that I can access from here. And I can also access this on my Steam Deck, so that's quite handy. For some reason I can't create them properly on my Steam Deck. I'm not sure why. I had another one here. I had the Arm of... I've just put Arm of V for now. And that was the Mercenaries. And you can leave it on the screen once you come out of this. So you can, I could just kind of have that somewhere on this, on the side of my screen. And then I could just continue playing with that list visible. I could obviously make it smaller. Or I can turn that off. But that's what I like to do, to keep notes sometimes. So I did take a note of Guillermo Quadrant, but I didn't actually write down what the guild was, so I'd only halfway through. So I found 2 of the guilds so far, so let's see if we can find a third one. And I want to stay in this rough region of space for that, so... This one we know. Let's try Commandaku. And handily, now we have the guilds always off to the right. You can usually tell just as you're landing, because you can see the icon. So we're in another Explorers Guild. So it's not the one we want. So we can just take off immediately. And we can go elsewhere. This is one good thing about the end of this expedition, is we really don't have to worry too much about warp fuel. We've been there. Let's try that one. Kiosov. Did I just not pay attention to whether or not it was... Yeah, it does at least need to be a system where we can actually get a space station. I didn't pay attention to that part. I just noticed that it was a different region. So Kiosov. It must be on the edge of a region. Where are the others? Ah, there we are. There we have the other guild. So we've got the 3 guilds now. I can't donate anything here. So again, we can easily confirm which guild by looking in the exploration guide. It tells us here which stellar region we're in. So if I then go back to my notes, and this was the merchants. What can we hand in here to try and get ourselves in favour with these guys, apart from doing a few missions? Salvage data, I don't want to start handing that on early. Frigate fuel, we don't have access to. We could go to a pirate station. It seems a bit strange for merchants to want pirate stuff. It's actually quite tricky in this system to gain any favour. So let's go and have a look. I think you're more likely to find merchant stuff elsewhere, though, in the missions. Someone who recently came back to No Man's Sky after 4 to 5 years. Hi, by the way, Draxil. Someone who recently came back to No Man's Sky after 4 to 5 years playing other games. Sentinel interceptors really broke the economy. Too damn quick and easy to find. And farm one every 5 minutes. Yes, I tend to agree. I don't know what they can do to stop that, though. They did decrease the... they did decrease the amount you got for them, but it wasn't by much. You can still farm ridiculously easy. I think they see it as kind of end game content, in that you shouldn't be able to just easily go to a dissonant planet and farm them. But that's just not true. It's not that hard to farm them. They should make them time lock like organic ships, perhaps. I just think it needs reworking in some way. I like the mission. I like the way it's set up. And when one option is that you make the cargo damage, because the thing that stopped us just continually farming haulers is that you only get the value of the hauler if you fix all of the slots. But when you get a Sentinel, all the slots are fixed. Maybe they should just make them a little bit less. You don't get as much cargo. I mean, why does an interceptor even need cargo? So that would be another way. You could just say you only get 10 cargo slots in them or something. Then they wouldn't be as expensive. It is a bit unbalanced at the moment. I agree. The biggest unbalance, if you've come back since Worlds Part 2, the biggest unbalance was the guilds, because you could just go to any guild that you had any standing with. You could redeem, say, there's this storage augmentation here, which costs a lot of money if you want to buy storage augmentation. You could claim that if you had the relevant guild faction. Then you could just reload and claim another one, and reload and claim another one, and reload and claim another one. Or if you had two systems where there were storage augmentations, you could just use the teleport between them and just claim them, and then you could fill your ship up. So that was, for me, that was an even worse problem. But they have fixed that now. You can't just reload to get them. To see how much it is for that. No, I can't do it on this ship, can I? I would need to do it on my other ship. Upgrade Starship. Purchase. So that's 12 million just for the next slot. And that goes up and up and up. And even more so for the multi-tool. You know, so let's see what we've got here. They're all exosuit upgrade slots, which aren't the things I'm really wanting. I might as well grab that, but it's not going to give me much. But I need to start grabbing some of these things. Because I can't get rid of these exosuit upgrade chart slots until I've got a bit more standing. We need the Merchants Guild. Don't really want to be hunting low-level pirates yet. So let's go to wherever that scan is and then do some of the other things. Yeah, it's become the meta for money, as far as I can work out, is that any newer player asking, how do I get cash? They're being told, well, just grab some Sentinel Interceptors and scrap them. I guess it's a little bit better than being told to build an activated indium mine, which was the old way of doing it before they nerfed activated indium. Locking them behind nanites rather than credits after a certain number of expansions brought would also make that exploit harder. I'm not sure. There are ways they could do it. I feel like the balance isn't quite right at the moment. Exactly what they should do, I'm not. Sometimes they'll come up with their own solution. For instance, I would have had a very different solution to the guild problem, but they've chosen this one and it works for now. So, yeah, the scanning one. Client was requested from this particular on the galaxy map, so it's not in this system. We'll also be able to have a look at the guild here and see if it's got different things. One system. Someone's clearly renamed this as their first system. Perhaps after they completed the expedition themselves.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
That's some... looks like storm crystals at least. So that might be a handy thing to grab.
Thermal protection falling.
So we want scan for
Temperature levels stabilizing.
is it still allowing us to scan Marrow Bulb? Some of these things changed. can still scan that. Cool. It can be up to 3 different maribulbs in caves, but it's you're unlikely to find more than a couple of them.
Thermal protection falling.
Let's go and get these crystals while they're still available. Could also do with some activated copper while I'm here. Well, I mean, about a year ago, maybe, I was looking for an S-Class Sentinel Interceptor, and I streamed it. And I took hours and hours and did not find an S1. And overall, I think it was well over it was at least 90, if not over 100 by the time I actually found an S-Class. That was very tedious. But I was also very stubborn. But it's not started my count. Yes, it has. 3. I think I've already done that, yes. None of those. Always go underwater, I guess. Can't scan the hazardous flora anymore. I don't think you can scan the sodium anymore. I'll just maybe demonstrate that. That doesn't scan anymore either. Dying tree, that'll do. Sometimes there's things that look very similar that nope, and nope. Yeah, I can see that. I'm just a bit obsessed with getting S-Class of everything, and I like to actually discover S-Class of everything because I know the stats will be better, and I'm a bit of an... Although I don't think of myself as a min-maxer, in practice I kind of am, because I know that the stats will be better, therefore I go for it. And it kind of all adds up to helping with my eventual how the stats work video that I will make one day, that I've tried to make at least 3 times and never quite submitted it. Right, I think it's underwater time. This really is a cold planet.
Thermal protection falling. Technology recharged. Extreme water temperature detected.
It's not scannable.
Technology recharged.
We'll scan those while I'm here.
Units received.
Are there any must-have expedition items I ought to hunt if they would be expeditions? I wouldn't say they were. I always think of the expeditions as relatively neutral. If you're a builder, then there are some exclusive building items. But they occasionally include those. Should be able to scan that, I think. No, yes, there are some building items that are only in expeditions, but they do occasionally crop up in Twitch drops. And if only YouTube could get their act together and have the equivalent of Twitch drops, that would be even better. Because I am kind of against Twitch. I don't like the platform. Okay, return to mission agent. We've got them all. Getting an S-class freighter isn't too hard because it's often a pirate system thing. Getting an S-class maximum hyperdrive range freighter is a little bit harder because you need to find it in a high conflict non-pirate system. But even then, that's not too hard. But it does mean the percentages are much lower. The percentage chance of it being S-class in a pirate system is higher. Oh, I have a funny feeling about Twitch. I don't think it will, unless it changes the way it works, I don't think it will survive forever. But then nothing will survive forever. I wouldn't say I had I'm not going to go into my full details of why I don't like Twitch, because they're my own personal, probably easily disputable feelings. They clearly haven't worked out how to monetize themselves properly on Twitch yet, because they keep reducing the service. If I wanted to make loads of money from streaming, then I would obviously have a different attitude. My YouTube channel is minimally monetized, in that the only thing you can do at the moment is use some stickers, etc. I don't have any membership, and I've never made a penny from YouTube so far. So it's not really about monetization, but right, so we now have, should really build a base next, because we now have a way of continually fueling this ship. Do you think it would be faster to go and mine and donate 65-ish frost crystals to max out? Was frost crystals even one of the lists? I think the thing we have to do early on is we have to break the back of the missions, because the missions start to change beyond a certain level. So Yes, you could start to do the storm crystals, but again, they've nerfed it slightly. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Might as well continue with the kill creature missions because they're all going to stack. We might as well grab that, even though it's not really giving us much of a reward. So not much here I can donate. Liquid explosive, I suppose I can build a farm, but that would be a bit... Again, it likes pirate stuff. Which one was it? I didn't take note of the actual systems. I don't want to start wasting my salvage data on the guilds. It would be an easy thing to do, yes. But again, as an example, this guild wants salvage data. I think it's probably... It doesn't clearly tell you unless you have them how many it wants. But let's say it was 5. If we were to donate 5, then that donation block would then be no longer available at all. I'd have to find somewhere else that wanted it. And even if I reload, they've now nerfed it so that I couldn't just come back here and continually give them salvage data after a reload or going to a different system. Yeah, there's no hurry in this game, as you say, Drax. The reason I'm focusing on guilds here is because eventually I'm going to build up to getting the salvage frigate modules from the guilds. Let's grab that flora, because at least that'll take us to a new system. Yes, there is a max donation amount, and also you can't repeat it. It's difficult to show you without actually getting them, so maybe we'll find some... For instance, I've got those... I've got these crystals now, so I could theoretically find whichever station that was. I didn't jot down the station name. So look, I've got more than 3 storm crystals. I've got 4. I can donate up to 3. Now it says maximum donations reached. Even if I reload, which we'll do just to double check that it's still working the same. I'm about to answer that question, Horf SMS. Now, I still have one, but I can't donate it, even after a reload. So this system is now unavailable for Storm Crystal hand-ins. Now, it will become available again at some point, usually after about 20-odd warps, I think, but I've never tested that. It may be that it's permanently barred, but I doubt it. It's probably the same as other refreshers. So they've nerfed that ability to just keep going back to the same system and donating the same things over and over again, which I approve of. I think that's a really good idea, because the thing they want to encourage in this game, as far as I'm concerned, is exploration, going to new planets, discovering new things. So it's a good idea, but it does make it harder. It makes the grind harder. Deliver an item. Multi-call expansion slots are always going to be useful, and we're stacking those at the moment. And deliver an item will at least take us somewhere new. So let's do that and see where it takes us. I mean, this wouldn't be everybody's first choice of what to do straight after an expedition, but I think grabbing a load of missions early does help you progress your save. I have no idea, Horf SMS, because it's not something I have usually researched. Well, now at least we will be able to get a freighter, and my tactic is always take the first freighter offered, because I think you have more to gain from grabbing the very first freighter you see and starting to work on that than you have waiting for some special freighter to come along. Did I just shoot something by accident? That's an interceptor. I don't want to completely ignore the interceptors that I seem to have upset. It will only be cargo slot capped in that it will usually be a lower class, but it can be S class. And there's a lot of oh, I'm shooting the wrong thing again. There's a lot of misinformation about the first freighter. But my tactic is that freighters in and of themselves are too valuable to ignore. It's not going to let me land while I'm in a fight, so... I don't know how I got into that fight. I wasn't paying attention. And I always think you're what's the word I'm looking for? Hamstringing yourself by not taking the first freighter available. But what I didn't do, as I didn't take... Go away, stop. Stop telling me what I've done and let me... What I didn't do is take a freighter during the expedition, because I just felt like that was a bit of a distraction. So this isn't the first freighter battle I will have been involved in either. So it might, and because I shot something, it might not even be free anyway. So I might want to reload, to be honest. Let's reload. Then we can do that battle properly. Without getting the Sentinels involved. Oh, of course I came into here, so now I can't even do that. Let's not worry about the freighter right now. Because I can't anyway. I was even tempted to just buy a freighter in this one, but that would probably take a little bit too long. Right, so I'm here for a reason, wasn't I? It was the delivery mission. Never goes to secure depot. It might spawn again. I have seen that happen in the past. So I'll give it a try in a minute. Let's get this mission out of the way. Because it's a very easy one. Come on, let me land. There was a time when it was happening a lot, so maybe that was a bug they fixed. I don't know. We'll find out in a minute once I've done this. Let's just hand that one in and then we'll jump. I'm certainly not likely to reload, so that won't mess it up. See, we've finally got a salvage frigate module here. And the potential of one there. Different items, scan rooms. We'll keep it at that for now. Let's find out. No, I didn't get an immediate mission. I presume this is a... yeah. So we won't see that for a while anyway. So that's off the cards for a little while. But I'm not bothered about that because I didn't really want to start all of the freighter stuff until a different stream that focused specifically on the salvage frigate modules and freighter stuff. Unusual. Landscape. Right, so we're scanning for plants, so we might as well land here. Scannable, no. Should be some bushes though. Three, 4. Sometimes there's more than one bush. But not in this case. Unless we go somewhere else. Can't scan these anymore.
Temperature levels stabilizing.
That's not scannable, no. Another type of tree. So maybe a cave would finish it off. Can you anyway? I think I've got one more tree here. Just about to say, I think I've got all the trees. Definitely changes things, no longer being able to scan things like sodium and oxygen plants, etc. Makes these missions just a little bit more challenging. It's a good place to kill stuff. It's got those, they're really hard to kill. I would suggest not. I will grab a word while I'm there, while it's right next to me. Must be my first Viking word, or at least my first knowledge stone. I like the look of this planet. What did it have? Ancient bones. Could be worth coming back to. I need to find somewhere to set up a base anyway. Let's put our base computer down. I've just landed right next to a plant. Oh, it didn't actually get me. Mining beam could do a bit of work. What are we doing? Do I have... No, I just got the basic refiner.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
I think they've done a little bit of work on the hazardous flora because they're now different sizes. They can be different can be bigger or smaller. And of course they've introduced a lot of variety of the new type. What's I going to try and do? I was going to see if I had any refiners, but I don't. So what I possibly want to do is get the ability to build my Roma. So I need some paraffinium. Here's some nice bones. Copper. Paraffinium. Not far away. How much do I actually need? Not a lot. Okay.
Protection falling.
Keep going to the wrong thing. Right, we now have that built somewhere. We're going to need protection against this weather. But we probably haven't got that automatic. I can't remember what it gave us in the expedition. I don't think it gave us that. Oh no, it did.
Technology installed.
Magic seal. Haven't got any condensed carbon.
Thermal protection falling. Technology recharge.
Might as well get in here, I suppose. Need to speed this up as well. I will grab that while I'm here. You never know what you're going to get. It's got the... Has this got the advanced light mining laser already in it? I think it's going to be easier to look. Yes. Still quite a way away. No. I hope I could see where I was going. How much I need for the various refiners. What we got so far? 9. I definitely need a bit more than that, I think. No, now there's no storm. I might as well just run around. Be quicker. I've just gone way up under it. Where is it? That's handy. Sentinels aren't very aggressive here. So we've got that. What were we doing? We were looking for the... There it is. I noticed that they made the Colossus great again. Is the exocraft for gas giants perfect for bumbling about on them? I don't know if that makes it great. I like the fact they've given us a refiner for them. I was asking for that. I specifically put in a request for that. I would like it if they gave us the ability to park it on a hot spot and then just get resources. Like a portable miner. M62. That one looked closer, but I couldn't see a distance. Yeah, it's here. Suspicious photon cannon module. The thing is, I didn't expect to continue this save, so I just parked my Colossus somewhere in the middle of nowhere and then just left it there, I think. And actually, no, that might have been my other... because I did this 3 times, this expedition, so it may have been another save. I probably did. Just leave it somewhere. Yeah, I guess it doesn't mess things up, doesn't break things in the same way. Right, so I've now got 19. I kind of think I need 20 at least. Yeah, I like that. There. Need to tidy up my inventories, my tech inventories.
Technology recharge.
But we should have enough now. Yeah, I never really used the Colossus for much. What I intended to use it for was for storage. It was always handy to store things in. Now, because we've got a ship that specifically runs on condensed carbon for the hyperdrive, then I'm going to set up a small refinery area so that I can always get some. Let's turn that that off of there. I don't want to look like a wizard. It's not going to let me switch it. Never mind. Very distracting. So 10 for a medium. 10 for a large. I thought I'd need about 20. Got 3 left. I can grab that. Oxygen harvester will be handy. I haven't been to the current system yet. Ideally, what I want is a nice place to set up a farm, but that planet wasn't the best place to set up a farm because it was the wrong kind of fauna. But it'll do for now. Still can't switch my... How much cash have I actually got? 17 million. That's not too bad then. I can continue to buy an exosuit space. Got to the warp hypercore, that's handy. It's not handy for this ship, but it'll be handy later. More kill creatures. More kill creatures. More kill creatures. Must be getting too many of those now. See what the random chart is. Not one I want. Grab a couple anyway. And I want...
Product received.
I think Thinking. Go to an abandoned system. Is there a slow but steady way to nanite farm using crops? I want a steady income without cheesing pirate blueprints. I want to enjoy the journey, not jump to the end. You can do it via crops. I think you can always make high ranking food, which is something you can do with crops. And then hand them to Kronos. You could nowadays, if you just like the fun of it as you're going along, go to Kronos and see what's in his market and then make those things for him, which is, I think, quite a fun. Oh, I haven't got the chromatic metal yet, have I? I think it's quite a fun way to farm nanites. Yeah, fishing works, but fishing is quite boring. Let's get my little refinery going before I go anywhere. Finally switch off this stupid... Okay, right now. See, that's sunk into the ground. That's not a good sign. If you ever... Or has it? Is it just that the grass is slightly longer than you think it is? Yeah. I'm not going to actually build here. I'm going to find a place that I know will be very stable ground. So I'm going to pick this up. And then I'm going to delete this base. Did I just claim the base, or did I just delete the base? No, I must have just deleted the base. Yes, I did. And then I'm going to use the charts I've just picked up. Yeah, I agree that one way to... I think I've always felt like the best way to get nanites is to do everything that gets nanites. And so if you include fishing in your list of things you do to get nanites and just do a bit of it every now and again, then yeah, that makes sense. I've always said just go to all the things. So for instance, give Kronos a few things. Always make sure you got your milestones, but obviously they run out after a while. Always hand in stuff to Helios. And just every time you log in, if you do certain things to get nanites, then you're going to build them up without really thinking about it. But to actively farm them, I always think cooking is one way to go. Right. Did I use up all my charts? No, one more. I think I I have something against fishing just because I've completed the fishing tasks on one save recently. And it just takes a lot of effort. And there's only so much fishing I can do in one lifetime. I'm going to go to the minor settlement, I think. What was the other one I picked up? Minor settlement. Shelter. I pop 3. What's... Oh, it's... Transmission tower. All the boring ones. Really like one more before I go to this minor settlement. Trying to get the new ruined stone recipes gets you 390, but yes, that's true. I've got a lovely ruined planet on my other save. It's the brightest, most golden coloured planet I've ever been to. Yes, I imagine Light No Fire will have fishing. What was I doing here? I was going to get one more chart. Possibly 2 more because I picked up a shelter. Let's get 3. There is method in my madness. It will become apparent. It would be funny if Light No Fire came along and there was no fishing, because everybody assumed that fishing was just ready to roll so quickly and easily because they had already got fishing in Light No Fire. So it would be hilarious if there was no fishing in Light No Fire. But it doesn't seem very likely. It's much more likely to have it, I'm guessing. It would be definitely in keeping with his sense of humour. Like they're deliberately removing it right now as we speak. Trading post or minor settlement? I think we go with the minor settlement. No Man's Sky does seem like it's just in a holding pattern for Light No. I'm not as convinced by that as other people. I hope Light No Fire has persistence of landmarks rather than dynamically despawning them like No Man's Sky does when you leave an area and come back later. Depends how it works, I guess.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
The problem with having persistence in that way is that well, I suppose they could do it via being always online, but it doesn't really sound like Hello Games to have always online. And alternatively, then you'd have to have a huge save file. Wouldn't be too much of a problem for depending what platform it's available for. What blueprints do I not have?
Item received. Item received.
What are you selling? Oh, that's not very many, is it? That's interesting. It usually is a few more than that. Glass. Might get some wirelings while I'm here, I suppose.
Product received. Product received.
I'm going to make my base here anyway. I don't have to worry too much about getting everything. I'm making my base here because it's even flat ground. And you can usually make it more stable. But they have chromatic metal right now. That's frustrating because this space is all about chromatic metal. We're going to need to quickly get some more. Spherite, ruthenium, copper. Well, they'll be there. I mean, everything on the planet is always there. It doesn't disappear. This point of interest here will always be there for anybody that comes here. It doesn't need persistence in that way. But I'm thinking in terms of if you wanted to persist that this multi-tool had been claimed, for instance, that only one person could claim it, or that the individual things that we grab are never claimable again, then you'd have to have a huge save file. It's actually in this one, by the way. So, I mean, No Man's Sky doesn't have non-persistent points of interest in that way. Don't really need that in this ship. Phosphorus is probably a good idea. Silver might be a good idea. I've gone around in big circles before and had spawned vehicles about. What do you mean by vehicles? Because I mean that what you're describing sounds like a bug. This if you come into No Man's Sky, don't go online at all. Go to this system, go to these coordinates, you will find this point of interest. It doesn't disappear. It will always be here for anybody that ever comes here, even if they're not online or aren't connected to the internet. If things have despawned in your save, that's a spawning issue, which can sometimes happen there's precise location issues with certain types of assets, but not usually buildings. Yeah, terrain deformation is another thing that is dependent on your save file. There's an area of your save file that saves terrain manipulation stuff, and that can only be so big. Yellow sis, I don't think I've seen quite such a tall projecting out of the ground resource for a long while. I think it might just be happen to be in a bulging piece of land. But I mean, even terrain manipulation issues are not as bad as some people seem to say they are. For instance, if I use the terrain manipulator and flatten some land, as long as I'm not in multiplayer and nobody else visits the base while I'm here, it shouldn't be a major problem.
Technology recharge.
It's mostly a multiplayer issue.
Life support power low.
I want to. It's my copper there. Don't want to use all of my copper. Now, the idea here is we're trying to make a stable base where we can leave refiners running without... what do we need for each of these? Dihydrogen jelly, chromatic metal, and a microprocessor. So we want to start with the smaller one then. We want a bit more dihydrogen jelly. always think these look like a Dalek.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Don't want to use all of that. Right, let's get some chromatic metal going. Why is that only doing it in 24? Something's gone wrong there. Let's go back in. Take that out. Come out of there. Go back in there. So that'll be enough of that, right? So what I want to do is I want to build up a large refiner. I want some microprocessors and I want chromatic metal up to 200. We've got lots of copper we could use. Oh, it's activated copper, even better. Cheerio, Drax. So thanks for popping in. Could have put it in here, I suppose. I might have to build a roof. I want that chromatic metal out of there. Large refiner. We want the microprocessor. Have we even got the recipe? Probably not. What else we have? Which is carbon nanotube. First things first. Have we got silver? Yes, we have. Have we got gold? Yes, we have. Now, theoretically, this will continue to churn out chromatic metal while we're away, because I've made a base on stable ground. I put the base computer on the asset. Should continue. Oh, actually, we probably could do with putting down a teleporter. Do we even have a method of powering it yet? No, we don't. We're going to go and get some power for it next. No, they really didn't give us much in this expedition. So we've got the chromatic metal that we need to keep our ship fueled.
Technology recharge.
It's not going to do us any good for anything at the moment. So put that in there. What was I doing? Was I going to drop off a mission? I can't remember what I was up to before I... Oh, I was going to try and get some creatures. I'm going to need 2 more at least charts.
Product received. Have indium here anymore? No, we put all in there, so we don't need. We want to stop that now. Build up a bit more. So this is my method of always having enough chromatic metal for any save. Ideally indium, but earlier on in the game copper does just as well, it's just a bit slower. And you
build up your indium reserves or copper reserves by combining it with chromatic metal. And then you put that indium in with silver and gold in a large refiner. To make larger amounts of chromatic metal. And then you just kind of, as long as you never run out of indium or copper or whatever it is, then you can continue to make chromatic metal. That's especially useful in this save because we have a ship that relies on it. Make a save here. There was another one, but obviously there isn't. Okay, I'll do that. Where did I just... and the other reason I like to build a base at a minor settlement is because we've always got access to somewhere to sell stuff or buy stuff for that matter. And sometimes these things respawn, so you get a bit more either navigation data or nanites, depending on how far you travel, because they will come back sometimes. And you've always got the ability to buy components, which can be better than crafting them quite often. So I always think this is the best place to have an early base. What I would like to do next is a bit more metal plating. Of course, I used it on my refiners. I'm going to need some ferrite. I've got magnetized ferrite, that'll do. No, it won't do. I need ferrite dust, don't I? What am I thinking? I got anything here that I could easily break down for ferrite dust? No. Could be analysing these for the secondaries.
What's it? 5 I needed. Yep. Guess I could just buy some metal plating from this. There's no point having this shop here if I don't just occasionally buy some stuff. So let's do that. He should have some. And the shop might as well. No, he doesn't. But the shop might. Yes.
Product received.
And I need to get the scanner for this. So I'm going to need to... Why isn't that coming out? No, it was activating something and wouldn't let me come out. And as I'm going to go up to the anomaly anyway, it might be a good idea to have some more technology modules. So I can build... I suppose I could build a construction terminal. Can't remember what you need for the construction terminal, but I'm guessing it's just chromatic metal. Could be barytes. Yeah, just a couple of carbon nanotubes is all I need. That's all we need. It gets confused if you don't buy that sometimes. I've got 6, so I could get that. Oops, I didn't get one right.
Weather warning. Incoming storm. Technology recharge.
And now... Silver, carbon, or viscous fluids. I suppose I could build up some viscous fluids, but that's a bit boring. What was I here for? I was here to get there's been a long way round to doing this, but
Item received.
this was what I wanted.
Item received. Item received.
This is all so that I can eventually just do all of my killing creatures in the easiest way. Because I've got so many kill creatures stacked up.
Technology installed. Technology installed. Technology installed.
Okay, so we'll start building these. Microprocessors 2, 3, and gold we can borrow from. Oh no, we can't borrow it. Now we've used it all. Need to get some gold. We don't have gold here. Do we have anything we can refine to gold? Doesn't look like it.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Well, we'll worry about that in a minute. So, microprocessors.
Product received.
It's already paying off having a handy place to buy things. Don't think there was any gold in the shop. Nope, just silver.
Now let's see if sniping works, because we've got the wrong weapon for really going head to head with these. Used to use sniping for these. I think you need to be a bit closer to spawn. There they come.
Sentinel
Oh, thank you. We don't really want the sentinels right now. Weapon charge.
technology recharge.
Go away, sentinels.
Technology recharge.
Right. I guess we have a bolt cast up. Might as well make use of it, even if it's a bit rubbish. Oh, it really is rubbish.
Sentinel drones activated.
Oh, I can't help think I could punch these to death quicker. Right, so we've got some cull creatures. I'm not sure if we've got enough of them. Let's see what. Get out of the way of the sentinels and have a look. It's still popping them, so let's wait for it to pop them first. So return. No, let's go to the first page. Return to mission agent. Return to mission agent. Hasn't got enough for that one. How many do we need for that one? 2 more. I have a feeling one more might get rid of the biggest ones. Got enough to make that right now.
let's double check. We're at the end, last one this time. Return to mission, return to mission, return to mission. Return. So we can pop all of those. Excellent. I'll probably not sell these. I'll probably put those in there. So we're coming up to 4 hours, which is usually where I end off a stream. But what we've done now is we've got a lot of kill creature missions we can hand in, which has given us a load of things, and also should now open up better things. Like, we're not getting as many exosuit upgrade charts now. Some multi-tool expansion slots we can use. Getting a bit better rank in some of the guilds. I can't really use the... I can use those. Pop those and get a few more, I guess. And we should have a slightly better standing with the guilds, so we might have other things we can grab. We'll see. I'm not sure which guild. I didn't pay attention. We can buy some sodium nitrate. That's kind of worth buying, actually. It's not that much money.
Product received. Product received.
Maybe I'll give those to them. What we got to now? Explorers Guild. So we're at 17. Next rank in 4. Mercenaries 10. And merchants 3. So we're working our way through it. It's going to take a while to get the good guilds, but that will pay dividends in the longer run when we want the salvage frigate modules. And we can start building up a few more kill creatures. And kill sentinels. Is max rank I believe it's higher, actually. Can't remember. I could quickly look in my other save now we're finishing off, I suppose. Well, let's make this save. Mind you, it keeps going up, and that my other save has probably got much higher numbers than. I had a feeling it might be around about 100. And all of mine are over 100, but not that much over 100, apart from that one. But I can't remember for sure. I'll look that up before we play again, I guess. But this gives us an option to show what we're working towards is getting this whole thing clear. And then things like multi-tool expansion slots are very, very expensive. So if this tool isn't full, I'm working towards filling it up. Let's see how much one would cost. Purchase new slot for 500 million. So that's 500 million free gift from the guild. That's what I saw on the way past. Nice experimental. You like white and grey colours. Same on the other side. Okay, so that's where I'll end off. It is 100. Cool. I thought it was. It would make sense just because this is where this particular save I've not really built up any higher. If it needed more than 100, then I would imagine I would have built them all up higher like this one. But the fact that they're all just above 100 does mean that I probably stopped at 100. Yeah, you can go higher, but it doesn't help you. It doesn't do anything for you. See, on my main save, my original save, at this point, my old, what I now call my OP save, or original save, I probably have all of the different achievements unlocked, because I tend to just collect all of these things. So yeah, they've all got highest medal on that one, and in that one, and in that one. So they've gone up higher because I've carried on doing things like completing all the missions until it gets higher, which will keep getting higher and higher and higher. And of course I've killed various pirates, so this probably brings this one up. Yep, pirates killed is expanding this one, so that's way above 100. To be honest, none of them are that high, considering this is an OP save.
Considering here, look, you've got Korvax 581, Vy'keen 557, and Gek 587. So that shows how old the save has been running. Mine are 150, 250 range because I like the quest rewards and they are quick to do. If you have 30 minutes to jump in it. Yeah, I quite like them, to be honest. I mean, I've just been hard rotating them and getting all of those trying to build up the guild reputation, but it is something you can do. Like something I like doing is jumping into the game if I'm just having a bit of fun and just going to a new system and getting all of the flora and fauna and just doing as much exploration on all the planets as possible. Then I might do all the missions and I might do a couple of other things in that system, like catalog maybe the what ships are there or something like that. Yeah, this will at least tell us what I don't think I've even got the maximum on this save for all of the words now, because I think they've increased them again. What system am I in? I'm in a Vy'keen system. Let's quickly go down to a planet and see if it's still... It was at maximum and they increased a load. Yeah, I can just summon. I haven't got all the tech on this one yet, but I think my freighter is... Yeah, I just got out of my freighter, didn't I? So... Yeah, it would be nice if it held us the current max. I don't quite know why it doesn't. It does for lots of other things, like, for instance, how many you need for the next level. It's still getting some now. This has been at max at least a couple of times, and then they've added more words. Guess I might as well do this while I'm here. Vy'keen ancients, bless your journey, witness our glory, we witness your glory.
guess dodge. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. October 20, they were total. See, it's been updated since October 2018. Definitely. Probably just call up another monolith. What I tend to do when I get close to the final number of words, I will start, I will go down to a planet that's relatively easy to traverse with an exocraft, and I'll just drive around looking for them, looking for knowledge stones, because you can get them quite quickly when you've got a fast vehicle. And it's a fun way of doing it because you can just kind of race around the planet. Whereas this method, which on this planet is probably the best way, but this method is a little bit tedious. You're just going from place to place. Learn nothing new. So, okay, so we now know that the number of words for the Vy'keen is currently 928. So yeah, that's yeah, that looks like that list you've just put there might be up to date, because 928 is what we've just found here. So let's have a look on the GEC. So I've got a few words to learn on the GEC, and Corvax 550. Got a few words to learn there, and autophage. No, they've actually added a few more words on the autophage as well. That's interesting. I wonder why they would do that. No, I think we all learned the same words in the same order. Actually, the order can change because we can all go to different... We can learn specific types of words from NPCs, so that can change. What am I doing? Yes, I'm changing my multi-tool.
Navigational data received.
Autophage are quite quick to learn the words because you can get words just by doing their missions.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Curious how quickly we can finish off the autophage now.
we first of all do the language? Magnetic resonators. Obviously don't have those right now, so is it 2 or 3? Four. Come on, pop the mission. Didn't do the thing on its head. Okay, so that should have given me another couple of words. What are we saying? We're saying 889. I've got 883. $884. Amino chambers, that should be relatively simple. How many words? 3. One more? No, 2 more. Visited.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Don't be repair autophage. Of course it's repair autophage. Just double check what I got. So 888. So I've got 1 more. I'll ignore the repair autophage. We'll go to another camp.
Technology recharge. Alert. Navigational data received.
And then we should have at least 3 NPCs, and we can test to see if that one's correct too. And if both those, that and the Viking's correct, then that list is probably correct. Where did I park my ship? We'll just learn his word. And go to another one. It should be no more available. Oh, there's another one. Have we just gone beyond? No, we're on 889 now. So Nothing new.
Yep, so that looks correct. So we haven't double checked the GEC number, but the two of them seem correct, so that looks correct. So I'm going to finish off. Thanks for watching. Travel well, and goodbye for now.